Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games and today we are going to begin a playthrough of The Forgotten City. Now The Forgotten City is a mystery adventure role-playing game and it started life as a Skyrim mod as all things, but the devs of the mod took a few years and developed it into its own standalone game. Supposedly, it's quite well critically acclaimed. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Oh, and I should probably point out here it says continue. That's because I always do some basic testing of games before I actually put them on stream. I know nothing about the game beyond about the first 5 minutes. So as I say, let's get into it. Huh. Why is that not working? That's such a great start. Works with the controller though. Sorry about that. Don't know what that was about. Oh, no. This is a mystery adventure with multiple endings. It rewards thoughtful conversation and exploration, not brute force. The fate of the city is in your hands.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
So I believe this is where we select whether we're male or female. Oh dear. Okay. For whatever reason the mouse isn't working, so controller it is. May as well be female, I suppose. Sure. Why not? Hopefully the keyboard will work. It does indeed. Oh dear. That's a shame. Trying to think. How about El Magnifica? I don't know what the feminine form would be, but that'll do.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
So, I was searching for ancient ruins, I was on a covert mission, I was on the run from the law, or I barely remember anything. Oh, I see. Each of these provides different bonuses. So, if we choose I was searching for ancient ruins, we are an archaeologist. Years of studying history give you occasional insights into the ancient world. I imagine that's going to be relevant then. Or, I was on a covert mission. Soldier, you have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You'll have to use them judiciously, since there's no way to get more. Or, I was on the run from the law. Fugitive, your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet, and you're 25% faster when sprinting. Or, I barely remember anything. Amnesiac, your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. I'd like to go with the first one, I think. I was searching for ancient ruins.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse.
Oh
I
dear.
could have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. I need... What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
Mind if I ask some questions first?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
Interesting facial expressions. I think they may be recorded. If not, then they've obviously gone to some effort to try and create realistic-ish facial expressions. So, what's your story? Who is Al? Where are we? What can you tell me about the ruins, or have you tried calling for help? Let's start with, where are we?
You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
Hold on, I just want to try something. If I click off and back on, will the mouse start working? Who is Al?
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is.
Interesting. She seems very confident given that she's described him as a stranger to herself, and we're a stranger to her. Still. What's your story?
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
See the way the lower eyelid raised there for a second? That's what makes me think that it may be recorded. You're not even going to tell me your name?
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
I'd really like to know, especially if I'm going to help you. Or, why don't you want to tell me? Or, never mind, I don't care that much. Let's go with the first one. I'd really like to know, especially if I'm going to be helping you.
Alright, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Well, thank you for saving my life, Karen.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
What can you tell me about the ruins?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Have you tried calling for help?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
I did say calling, though. Since we're presumably in the modern era, it did say we're in the modern day. Has she checked to see if she... I assume she has a phone on her. She hasn't said she doesn't. Has she checked for a signal? Anyway. In fact, how far from civilization could we be if we're on the Tiber? Anyway. That's all the questions I had.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Alright, I'm in.
Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
A heavy-duty battery-powered flashlight. I wonder why he left that there rather than take it with him if he was going into ruins. You know, I'm starting to have second thoughts about her facial expressions. I'd have to look at the animation again, but I think maybe it was her eye and her head that... her eye that moved and her head that tilted, not her lower eyelid raising.
Just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
So, what are we dealing with here? Ooh, invisible walls. Fair enough. This is the Tiber, is it? Heading that way. I don't actually know in what direction the Tiber flows. Obviously to the sea. But I don't know if that's heading south, east, southeast, somewhere else.
Just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
Oh, we can raise the torch. Ooh. Very nice. Wait. No, I don't think it's illuminating the skybox. For a second I thought I had actually lit up the moon. Nah. Anyway. Let's keep going. We probably don't need this out right now. And we can sprint. I wonder if there's a time limit on sprinting. Doesn't seem that way, does it? Okie doke. Good to know though. I notice that despite this having originally been a Skyrim mod, I see no evidence of any way to defend ourselves yet. Quite possibly that isn't a thing in this game, but notable for its absence. Wait, where has this water come from? Because we were on the Tiber before. Is this a tributary to the Tiber? It gets really quite narrow there. Yes. Okay. This is a tributary to the Tiber then. Ah, and there's a waterfall there. Interesting. Those must be the ruins she spoke of. That rock looks very smooth, doesn't it? I suppose it would be. I think that's igneous rock. Could be wrong. Marble, I think. Right, better head in. What's this then? If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city, hidden deep underground. Goodness, why would you have an entrance to a city deep underground? Or does he mean that the city is underground, which would raise even more questions? Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation. Or a warning. Alworth. Alworth. I'd better start making notes, hadn't I? Sounds like an English name. Could be wrong. Virtuous, rewarded with eternal life, wicked, showered with gold, fatally. Wonderful.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground.
Oh my. Ah!
Existed.
Well, that's suboptimal. He says he's discovered an entrance. If this leads there, then presumably he knew about that trap ahead of time. Because I doubt he... Unless there's a way back up. Because clearly he would have had to have been up there to leave that. Leave that note. Oh, we have a limited air supply. Interesting. There is plant matter growing here. That implies that at least some of the time light gets in here. And there's a...
Existence is long forgotten. All knowledge of it lost. Except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
There's a lit torch here. So obviously this couldn't have been left for a long period of time. Someone's been through here and they must have had some form of pitch and a way to light it. Ooh, those are nice. Did the Romans have intricate designs like that? All flowery? I don't know. I mean, they absolutely could have done. I tend to think of it as a Renaissance thing, but they probably got the idea from the Greeks and the Romans, I would guess. How far do you think we fell? That's a long old way, isn't it? Let's say that's... What, about a metre, a metre, a metre? That's probably at least 20 metres, I would guess. That's a fair old drop. Hello? What have we found? Oops. What have we found here? I think those are little statues. It would seem so. Hold on. Some of this doesn't add up. Where did this rubble come from? Because the roof above it hasn't collapsed, nor have the walls. But there's rubble here. I almost forgot about this torch. There's nowhere obvious where this has come from. Unless this was being treated as a refuse heap. If people take rubbish here and abandon it. This pillar has clearly fallen over. But somehow it's joined to this one. And there's nothing obvious about the overhang above. There's no obvious place where you'd expect the pillar to join or anything like that. Ooh, I like the watercolour. Or the water's colour. That looks like gold. That would be expensive. Oh, are they gold statues? Goodness me. Very opulent. And more back here. Very strange. This, no one's bothered to light that torch, I see, but there is a torch there. How curious. Lots of things don't quite add up here, do they? Plaque. Pro Peccata Unius Multis Dolebunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Ah, archaeologist insight. That's a good thing. I am glad we chose this particular build. Always remember they're watching. Hold on, we were told we'd be showered with gold. Well, we were told that the sinful will be showered with gold and it will be their final resting place, weren't we? Hello? Little perturbing. Huh. They all seem to be looking towards this spot. Huh. Ooh. Very nice. Yeah, so let's inspect the mosaic. An ancient Roman mosaic depicting a godlike figure turning a man into gold. Golden statue. A young Roman woman in a pose of lamentation. So I'm sensing a theme here. And that theme is gold and ruin. Huh. Well, I think that that's about all we can conclude from what we've seen so far. Goodness me. Hello? Who's speaking, please? Oh my, that looks like a gladiator. A Roman gladiator mid-stride. What could have made a gladiator flee? What makes you think they're fleeing necessarily? We can't see their face. How do we know they're not rushing in that direction? Oh, was there any graffiti on the walls? I don't think so. And a golden door, presumably just plated. Well, someone's clearly lit this recently. And that. So I guess Owl's been through ahead of us. Why he would be lighting all these braziers in an archaeological site, I'm not quite sure. Seems a bit destructive to me. But who am I to judge? Goodness. Whoever these people were, they were clearly doing very, very well for themselves. Ooh, that's interesting. A hint into its construction. And part of this has definitely collapsed. Where's the gold, though? We can see some of the golden plates have fallen down. I don't see them there. Hello? No sign of the mysterious lady that keeps speaking to us. Oh, golden statue. A young Roman woman. It looked like she was begging for her life. I mean, that's plausible. Bit of a leap, though, I'd have thought. Whoops. I didn't know I could do that. I was just about to observe how fine her hair appears to be, though. That would have taken some doing. I mean, gold can be worked very, very thin, but I've never heard of golden hair before. Right, let's keep going. Oh my goodness. I think Al was right. I think this is an underground city. Of all the wonders. But to have all these golden statues. They must have had they must have been so opulent at the when people still lived here, and for it to have all been abandoned. You'd have thought, even if the settlement fell, people would have taken the gold. Even if these are just plated, the sheer amount of gold that we've seen so far is astonishing. A Roman military commander attempting to scramble away from something. We should probably have a quick save, shouldn't we? A Roman legionary in a state of terror. Oh my goodness, this is a very large cavern. I wonder how it formed. You wouldn't hollow something like this out. I mean, aside from the astonishing amount of work that it would require, it would probably just collapse. Oh dear. She must be injured. A Roman woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. Very poetic. To describe it as help that never came, given that this settlement's clearly abandoned. Oh. Well, is that gold? Is that rope actually made out of gold? Because I can't imagine why someone recently would have tied up this statue. Which means it must be an old piece. Yes, it's... we can't move it. This must be one solid piece of art. How macabre. A golden statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al, but how is that possible? Yes, quite. How could it be Al? Ow. Oh, I have health. Oops. Well, best remember not to stand in any fires. I'm trying to work out what he's wearing. I must say, that does look like a modern design of clothing, doesn't it? That does raise a lot of questions. Maybe this isn't actually an archaeological site. Or maybe it was, but people have been putting these statues in for some reason? I mean, if that's the case, I can only assume they're not real gold. Just a metal that... plated in some metal that looks golden, perhaps. But why? Why would you do that? I mean, if you're trying to fool people into the nature of this site, why would you put a statue of someone wearing modern clothing in? Is this some very elaborate prank?
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
How odd. Where were we reading that? That must have been some sort of inscription, but I didn't see it. Strange. Very strange. I think someone's playing some elaborate prank on us. A young Roman woman in a state of panic. Still a remarkable place, even if it is fake. More rubble with no obvious source. Oh, hello. Interesting. I mean, there's nowhere else we can go. We can't go up the way we came, and we... Goodness. And we haven't found any other way out, so we may as well keep going on. Don't see that every day. A Roman man on his knees as if begging his gods for mercy. What is that? An elaborate light display? But how would you even do that? Ah! Oh dear. Well now. That was quite disorienting. Ooh, I like that design. A Roman relief depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be. Goodness me. What on earth is going on here?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I'm El Magnifica and I've just come from the future. Or, wait, are you speaking English? Or, Shrine of Proserpina? Or, I'm El Magnifica and I got lost. Let's start with that. Shrine of I'm sorry, I'm not sure why I can't say that word all of a sudden. Shrine of Proserpina. Shrine of Proserpina?
Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Well, I'm not sure this is a lie. I'm El Magnifica, and I got lost.
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So, let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Your laws?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Alright, lead the way.
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That
Goodness
pompous
me.
old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Ah, that one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
Goodness me.
Tin, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
This seems a little surprising. It's as I really it's as if I really have turned up in a Roman settlement somehow. Alright, lead the way.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9.
Decimation.
Whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Goodness me. I must have hit my head hard in that fall. Magistrate Sentius.
Citizen. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm El Magnifica.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
You say hundreds, but this appears Roman, which would make it thousands. It's beautiful.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Can't say I have.
Nor could I, until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die.
You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment, like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
What counts as a sin here? What did you mean when you said Proserpina sent me? Why can't you investigate? Do you have any suspects? If I do this, will you help me get back to my own time? Or I don't have any questions right now. Let's start with, what did you mean when you said that Proserpina sent me?
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the
Proserpina.
cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Goodness me. You're right, I'm from 2,000 years in the future. Assuming this is real?
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city?
You'd all been turned into golden statues.
I have imagined it, our downfall 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
What counts as a sin here?
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea. What is legal isn't always moral, and many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric where I'm from. That may be a sore point, since, of course, the word barbarian comes from the ancient Greek. These are Romans, of course, for uncivilized people, and it would have found its way into Latin that way as well. Still.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations. And when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Well, you have slavery, which wouldn't be well looked upon. I don't know whether justice would have strictly been for the rich during this period, but it's certainly the case that your means to acquire justice would have been determined by your rank. Their punishments would be considered cruel and inhumane in a lot of cases. Women wouldn't have had rights. The whole speech about colour and sexual preference was odd, because I don't think it would have occurred to them to discriminate on that basis, because I'm not aware of any other contemporary civilizations that were, and besides that, their very notions of things like race and sexual orientation were fundamentally different to in modern times, so that was a strange thing to single out if I'm to believe he knows nothing about my time. Oh, there's some good points here. Don't your laws allow slave ownership?
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
Don't your people watch blood sports for entertainment?
On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
Don't women have fewer rights than men?
Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands.
Don't you persecute Christians? That depends when this particular Roman settlement was established. They may be Christians if this was in the latter years of the Roman Empire, of the latter years of the Western Roman Empire.
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
Don't you practice collective punishment?
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion.
Where I'm from, we consider those things to be abhorrent.
Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
How does the ritual work?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
I did see human remains in the temple.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
I'll do my best.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Why can't you investigate?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal.
That's a good point.
As for me, well, it pains pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Fair enough. Do you have any suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
How do I know you're not the person responsible?
Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people?
Fair point, although I would probably actually say, I of course only have his word for that, and if I'm going to conduct a serious investigation, I have to consider all possibilities. Fair point.
I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen.
Tell me what you really think.
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
If I do this, will you help me get back to my own time?
If I understand Prosperna's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here.
Yeah.
You'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
No, because I wouldn't be here to have made that correction. As he points out, that is a paradox. But that's not an option. I think so? That's all the questions I had.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule?
Alright, I'm in.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright, I'll get started.
Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
I'll get right on it. Hey Yisha, how are you? It's a pleasure to see you again. Another point I probably should have raised, were it possible to do so, is that since there isn't complete consensus on what constitutes a breaking of the Golden Rule, it's possible that he may be the one responsible for breaking it without even knowing it. Yeah, I'm quite good, thank you for asking. Sorry to hear you're exhausted. Are you familiar with the Forgotten City at all?
learn.
Oh, the game volume's quite low? I can turn that up. Oh, I know why it's so low. That'll have fixed it. Sorry about that. So apparently this game actually started its life as a Skyrim mod, but then the people who developed the mod spent several years developing it into a standalone game. I've only just started it, and the story so far was that I had been in the modern day, and I had woken up by a campfire with a woman there who told me that she'd fished me out of the Tiber. My character is in fact an archaeologist. That was one of the choices I got to make at the start of the game, because it will give you different bonuses. I chose to be an archaeologist, and she told me that there were some Roman ruins nearby, and that a gentleman called Al, who she had also only recently met, went in there and never came back. Anyway, I went in to look for this Al, and I ended up falling through a trap that caused me to land in a big Roman bath that was underground, and I discovered an underground city, which looked almost exactly like this, except it was all derelict and ruined, and there wasn't much light. Long story short, there were a lot of golden statues. I ended up finding some sort of weird portal that appears to have transported me into the past, and when I got here I was directed towards that magistrate who I just spoke to. I'm not quite sure when you joined, but essentially he told me that apparently this particular settlement was only established here a few months ago by a bunch of strangers, that is the inhabitants here, who are all Romans, and they came here by accident, couldn't find a way out, started a civilization. Not quite sure how they've built all this in just a... Oh no, they found this, didn't they? Some of the city already existed. And apparently they found inscriptions talking about a curse, that if one person commits a sin, then everybody in the city turns to gold, killing them. And indeed, they do seem to have some golden statues here. Long story short, the magistrate has asked me... He's told me that he knows of a ritual which involves sacrificing the person who performs the ritual, sacrificing their life such that it will give them a second chance or something like that. And we've concluded that it was probably his body that I saw in the temple, and that he's probably the reason why I got... Oh yeah, there's these strange whispers, which I keep hearing. Anyway, he concluded that that someone probably committed a sin in the city, ruin was upon them, he probably then went to the temple and performed the ritual, which then transported me back to before he even performed the ritual. And so my job now is to go around, find out who's going to commit the sin, and make sure it doesn't happen. And yeah, that took a while to explain. But that's the story so far. So I seem to be in an ancient Roman city, actually in the past. And I have some quests. What have we got here? I've travelled thousands of years into the past. I'll need to find a way back to my original timeline, somehow. Create a time paradox. According to Sentius, I'll be flung back to my own time if I can create a paradox. I'll need to change history in a way that makes my being in the past impossible. For example, Sentius says if I prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, then he'll never create the portal, and it'll be impossible for me to be in the past. A paradox. Yeah, that point he seemed... I wasn't entirely convinced by. He was telling me that if I prevent these... Well, exactly what it says there, that if I prevent the sin from being committed, he won't have to perform the ritual that brought me back, so I'll be flung forwards to my own time. But surely if I am never taken back to the past, then I'm never going to be able to prevent the sin from being committed. So I'm not sure if his explanation is accurate. And I don't know whether he's lying to me or not, because he could be... It could be his own naivety. He could genuinely believe that this is what's going to happen and it's not. Or it could be that he knows that's not going to happen and he's just trying to get me to do what he wants. I don't know. What else? The city lives in fear of a mysterious law called the Golden Rule. Figure out who is most likely to break the Golden Rule and inform Sentius. It seems everyone in the city is going to die because of one person breaking the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule is you cannot commit a sin here. And as we discussed with Sentius, there's some debate about what counts as a sin. Does lying count, for example? Anyway, I need to figure out who it is. To that end, Sentius asked me to talk to everyone and help them, if to win their trust. He also authorized me to enter their homes and inspect their possessions and documents if necessary. And finally, dying gasp. Something's wrong at the Shrine of Apollo. Find out what's distressing Lucretia. So that's where we are. So I wonder which building is actually the Forum. Is that the Forum? Is this the Forum? Is that the Forum?
Fresh meat, huh?
I do want to speak to everybody, but I did actually promise Sentius that I would attend to the wailing he heard first before I did anything else. I'm guessing that's probably the Forum? Maybe I should speak to that stranger and see if I can ask him where the Forum is.
Fresh meat, huh? What were you two talking about?
He's the gladiator. I say the gladiator. I saw an individual that looked very much like him, made out of gold in the future. Pardon?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
I am actually playing a woman. We weren't talking about the election.
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
I don't care about the election.
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election.
I haven't figured out how I'm speaking to these people yet. It's not clear whether they're speaking English or if I suddenly know Latin or what. To be fair, as my character is an archaeologist, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they speak Latin. Fine. Mind if I ask some questions?
Can't hurt.
What's your story?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
So he's a gladiator. Why are you dressed like a gladiator?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
And he's a go-between for Malleolus, was it? Okay, but you're nowhere near an arena.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners.
I've got a feeling I know what that means. Do you know a way out of here?
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Malleolus, that was his name. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
How's he going to do that?
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see.
Why can't you tell me now?
Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
I'm not sure I believe that.
Old man Sentius got you already, did he? Well, I'm not talking to people in his faction. Confortuare.
Wow. Interesting conversation. Not immediately productive, but interesting nevertheless. Was this where I came from? No, this is locked. Oh goodness, they have butterflies. These might be climbable, if only they could support my weight. So they have butterflies in this, this cave. More whispers. Aha! I bet this is the forum and this looks to be the way up. We've seen no sign of Al since... Oh, I probably should have said, we did actually see Al while we were going in the future when we were making our way deeper into the ruined city. We found a golden statue of Al that was hanging, and there was some sort of note there where he said that he had tried to change things for the better but failed, and he was taking his own life, something to that effect. Because it was the only way out he could think of. Since then, we've seen nothing of Al. I'm locking myself in. Don't try to follow me. Nothing good will come of it. Naevia. Was that who I was looking for? I'll certainly make a note of that name. No, it was Lucretia. Judging by the noises, it may be worth having a look in here at some point. I'm starting to wonder if we hear the whispers when we get close to the golden statues. It does seem like that could be a thing, doesn't it? Well, you don't see that every day, do you? So was this man pushing a boulder when he was turned into a statue? Or was he turned into a statue in that position and someone thought it would be hilarious to put a boulder in front of him? Because his hands don't quite seem to line up, do they?
Isn't this temple imposing? Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
I'm fine, thanks.
Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
I'd be glad for a second opinion. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
I don't think so. I think people are fundamentally good.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
I stand by what I said.
I wish I shared your faith.
What's your story?
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
How did you end up here?
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome, 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
She's a Christian. Ah. God? Don't you mean the gods?
Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
Yep. She's a Christian. When I spoke to the magistrate, he seemed to be under the impression that some Christians had caused fires in Rome several months back. Whether, of course, that's true or not, that's just propaganda. Hard to say. But, it's understandable that she wouldn't want to come out as Christian.
If you like.
Do you know a way... Ah, there we go. So you're a Christian.
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here. Things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Your secret's safe with me.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
Noted.
I hope it works out.
I'll be going now.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
So my choices are, alright, I'll talk to him, or, do you really think his suicide would break the golden rule, or, good luck with that, I'm out of here. Alright, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Ulpius, can we talk?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
He sounds familiar, actually. I wonder who his voice actor is. I was just going to ask you what's wrong.
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Oh dear. This isn't such a great start.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
I don't think at this point we should be talking about whose fault it is. That's not really the appropriate thing. Not really the time to talk about the Golden Rule either. What happens now?
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Oh dear. Is that water? It's possible he could have survived. I don't see a body. How tragic if he is gone. How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? Because I chose the archaeologist background, my character can read Latin, which is useful, as you can see. Well, this is the Great Temple. So I guess I should probably... Oh, there they are. I should probably head back to the villa and see if he survived or not, and whether he needs any assistance. There is a danger that the magistrate will be upset with me. Insomuch as people now know that they can commit suicide without consequence, and that will obviously weaken his position. Especially as he apparently really went hard on stressing that you mustn't do it because it will bring ruin on all of us, and now he's been proven wrong.
Citizen?
Now, priority is find him first.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Not report it. That's second. Was it over here? Probably. Oh no, have I got myself stuck? Nah, we're alright. So it would have been down there. So yes, it would be in this building, I believe.
What now?
Right, I'd better speak to the magistrate then. He might be able to give me a key.
Citizen? Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
That's not even an option, is it not? I was hoping to ask you some questions about my investigation.
Ask them.
No?
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
Can we talk about who's going to break the golden rule?
Of course. What is it?
Never mind, I need more time to investigate.
Why then did you say... it doesn't matter. It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
So, it doesn't look like I can... Oh dear, it doesn't look like I can get to him. Hello. What about through there? Nope. Goodness. Where am I? Ah, that's where I am.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Yes, why?
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal.
Noted. What did you do?
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
That was a great story, but I'm still going to go down there.
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
But first... yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything about poor Ulpius. Ow. Ow. That was the wrong decision. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Wow. That was creepy.
Fresh meat, huh?
Now where was that healer I was told about? Oh dear, I'm not doing very well so far, am I? Come here to try and... or I've decided since coming here to help people, and I just seem to be discovering or causing more and more problems.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
I'll get right on it.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Why shouldn't we meet in there? To get one of the options, of course, maybe we shouldn't meet in there. Let's see what happens if we say that. Maybe we shouldn't meet in there?
What? We don't have time for this. I have to go.
Never mind, I don't know why I said that.
Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
Oh dear.
Yeah, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabian, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
starting to wonder if I'm the harbinger of ruin. He seems pretty nonchalant about what just happened now.
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
Salve!
He listens with their ears. Okay, what are my priorities right now? Get healed, obviously. There's a man in the baths, she said. Is this the way to the baths? Uh-oh!
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
I had better write that name down. I don't know Quintius.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
This really isn't my day, is it? Understood?
Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
I don't, I probably shouldn't be telling him what to do. I don't think he'll respond well to that. We're just a small community of strangers who wound up here by accident.
A small community. Ha! I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult.
Wait, what's a mystery cult?
Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered.
You've got the wrong idea. We're not cultists.
You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
We're not keeping it a secret. We're all trapped in here.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave?
It's not that we're not allowed to leave. We physically can't leave. There's no way out.
Threatening me is not going to help you. But in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
It's not, I mean, I don't necessarily believe it. That's not necessarily a lie. It's not a mantra, it's a warning.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
There were once people who would turn to gold as punishment. I probably wouldn't say that, but that's my only choice.
You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me.
We didn't turn them to gold, a god did it, and we don't know which one.
Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? Our god told us to do it. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. there's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it.
So my options are, I have no idea who or where he is, or what can you tell me about Quintius, or what's it going to take for you to let this go? Gold? Take all the gold you want, or I wouldn't help you even if I did know who he is. We can at least try for some information. What can you tell me about Quintius?
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
Archaeologist insight. Perhaps the Emperor was looking for a scapegoat?
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not?
I have no idea who or where he is.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
You said you wouldn't kill me if I told the truth.
And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Lucretia, I was looking for her. This really isn't my day. Alright, where do I hide? Where do I hide? Where are they not going to find me? Honestly, this isn't a bad spot. Right, what's the plan? I'm unarmed. I'm injured already. And there seem to be some divinely animated golden statues killing everybody. Well, my choices, I suppose, are I'll try to wait it out, or try to get to somebody who might... Try to get to people who are armed. I guess I should carefully try and get to people and regroup. Ow! I didn't see what happened there. That statue is looking at me. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh dear, they're being turned to gold. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, what other plans are there? I'm open to suggestions from chat, incidentally. I could try and get to that great temple. Oh dear. Right. Good thing they can't aim, it would seem. Oh yeah, the Great Temple was locked. Are these statues actually dangerous, these ones specifically? They're watching me. They don't seem to be making any attempts on my life. Where does this lead? I don't think that's the way out. The way out, well, of course there is no way out. The way in, I suppose what I'm trying to say. I think the way in would be the other way. I think it would be in there. No, 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 no! I have no idea where I'm going, incidentally. Hello. This... I went the wrong way, but this may have saved me. This is the portal, I'm pretty sure, that transported me to the past initially. I can't help but think that wherever it takes me is preferable to where I just was. Achievement unlocked, Looper. Am I right at the beginning again now?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Right, this is right at the beginning again. So it has taken me back to when I first arrived in the past. I'm El Magnifica, and we've had this conversation before.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, and you're about to offer to take me to Sentius so he can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem, I have to go.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Uh-huh. Zipline handlebar, a rudimentary wooden zipline handlebar. That's very interesting.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking.
What do you mean, if it works?
And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
It's probably completely safe, I see. Thanks, I'll be going now.
Alright, see you around.
Quick save here to celebrate the fact we're still alive. I should probably go to the magistrate and tell him everything I've just seen. Not that I expect him to remember our conversation before. If I can remember the way. Goodness. Up this way, isn't it?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm stoic, remember?
What's this then?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance? If I find out that you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Just making a note of this. Centilla, daughter of Sentius, gone missing. There we go. Right.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm El Magnifica, and we've had this conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
I'm not quite sure if that's brilliance or just a whole lot of assumptions that just happen to have turned out right. I couldn't stop it from being broken.
Ah, I see. Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered and do better next time. Now, I assume you'll sort me out again for a reason.
Can we talk about who's going to break the Golden Rule?
Of course. What is it?
I think I know who it is.
Are you sure you've spent enough time investigating to make that call? It seems to me you've barely had enough time to scratch the surface.
How could you know
Looks
that?
like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
The assassin. Can I mention it under I was hoping to ask you some questions about my investigation?
Ask then.
Nope.
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss?
What's your story?
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name. though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
Decurion, did he say? Yes, he did. What's a decurion?
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Very interesting. Why are you still wearing it?
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
Probably is prudent. How did you end up here?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger.
This sounds very familiar.
I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Yes. But with this many people and this many building supplies, I would have thought you would have actually had the means to try and get back up and out of there. I mean, it looked like, what, about a 20-meter drop, I estimated? I mean, with no... For one person with no resources, that's impossible to surmount, but I feel like everyone here could have done it. How did you come to be magistrate?
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead.
Let's talk about something else.
Very well.
I'd better get back to it.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Right, what am I going to do about that assassin? Also, what is the state of my quests? Leads. What? Something's wrong at the Shrine of Apollo. Behind closed doors, I hear Naviva locked herself in the palace. I should find her. Ulpius is suicidal. I'll need him alive if I want to learn what he knows. Ask Ulpius how Scintilla would feel about his suicide. I didn't know there was a connection between him and Scintilla. Very interesting. An armed man has just arrived in the city. I'll need to stop him. Yeah, I will need to get creative. Right. Let's see if I can get into that temple.
Arve. A new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Equitia. What's your story?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from.
Oh dear.
I suppose it's quite charming in its own way.
Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
Sorry, what should I have done?
The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
How did you end up here?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of a river, unconscious, and sent me in here.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
Oh, I think there has been some connection instability. Sorry about that. I take it... Is it ongoing or has it resolved itself? It's back? Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. I've had that a couple of times recently and I don't know what causes it. Might just be my ISP, I'm not sure. Anyway, we're back. Did you miss anything? I'm not sure when the connection dropped. It's an older name, but not uncommon where I'm from. It carries negative connotations where I'm from. I think I see where this is going. Yeah, let's go. It's an older name, but not uncommon where I'm from.
Older? I see. I wonder if... No.
What were you going to say?
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
Alright, I'll do that.
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Hello. What happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I'll be careful.
Thank you. Now, Go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
I'll get right on it.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbours.
That's interesting. The fact that they remember how she was before, Livia that is, and the fact that they remember her changing, suggests to me that she's not a time traveller like myself. But it does sound like if she hasn't gone mad, then she may have figured something out. I should definitely seek her out shortly. Right, I don't want to go that way, do I? That goes to the assassin. I want to go this way. Because someone... She will. Interesting. It is the statues, isn't it? It's every time I walk past a statue I get those whispers. I wonder if it'll happen now. No, so it's not They moved. They definitely moved. They weren't looking at me a moment ago. Is it when I look away? No. Well, moving on. I'm not going mad, am I? I swear they weren't looking at me. They were looking at what they were doing, weren't they? Either that or I am going the way of Livia. Nivea, that was it. I need to find an alternate way in here. At least now I know that I can time travel freely. I needn't be too worried about not getting to people in time. What other ways in could there be? Well, there doesn't seem to be a way around the side. So to me, that suggests two possibilities. Either I need to get on top of it somehow and go through the roof, or maybe there's an underground passage, because I don't know whether there's a basement area or not. Or a sewer system, perhaps. Those seem like the two most likely ideas. Thank you, Whispers. Can I get out here? I was hoping I could scramble up that edge. No, the game won't let me. A battering ram would help. Why has this been knocked over, actually? That doesn't seem like it would be accidental. Hello, an old chest. Fletched arrows? I probably shouldn't be stealing things. Although it does raise a question. If I take them and then travel back in time, do I lose them, or do they stay with me? And if they stay with me and I come back here, are there more? Because logically you'd expect that I could keep acquiring them, but that may not be the case. Still, very worth remembering that those are there, even if I'm not taking them at the moment. Are those more statues up there? I think they are. That raises some questions, because I doubt there would have been people up there at any point, because that doesn't go inside. That's clearly a wall. there's a way in that way, and there's a cord. A zip line. Thank you, Whispers. But it's the wrong way. That's the problem. I'm not going to be able to go up that way, I don't think. He says if anything goes wrong with the zipline handle, I'll just get a swim in the lake. I'm not sure that's true in all cases. There's a lake down there. So if I fell down there, I would. But what if I fell there? That wouldn't be quite so refreshing. Oops. Oh no. You'll have to bear with me a second, I'm afraid. I seem to have activated... Oh, there we go. I activated IME mode by accident on the keyboard and I forgot what the shortcut was to cancel it. Examine. A garum, a fermented fish sauce used as a condiment. It gives off a faint salty aroma. Very interesting. Oh, I like that they've drawn on the contents. Okay, try to focus. So we're trying to find a way in there, and the zipline looks more like a way out than a way in. See, the zipline could have been a way in if where it falls here, if it rose on the other side and it was just bowing in the middle, then I could have, you know, ridden it down and back up using the momentum I'd picked up. But that doesn't seem likely now. Hello, who are you? I don't remember you being there before. Let's have a word with you, shall we?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
What's your story?
Can't talk long, got to stay sharp, but family's from Solution on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions, the 6th, the one they called Ironclads.
Interesting. The Tigris. That's the Tigris. That's in modern day. Iraq, isn't it? How did you end up here?
Same way as everyone else.
Why are you wearing your legendary armor?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Why don't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
Not much of a talker, are you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
I'd like to ask about that. What are you dealing with?
None of your business. Introiti ipsum commensura.
Introiti ipsum commensula. Let's talk about something else.
If we have to.
Do you know of a way out of here?
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
I know the feeling. I've lived through a pandemic. Sure, let's say that.
Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
He has very interesting opinions for a legionary. I would have thought he'd have been all about sticking together. And earlier when he said about he finds it very difficult that his survival depends on the common sense of other people. Again, is that not what being in a legion is all about? And we had a conversation with a legionnaire right near the beginning of the game, shortly after we arrived in the pass, where they said about decimation and the fact that, you know, if a legionary commits a crime of a certain severity but they don't know who did it, then they just decimate the whole legion and so on. I'm surprised Rufius holds these opinions. What do you think is coming?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
I think you're right.
Of course I am.
Who are you going to vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
Let's talk about something else.
Fine.
I'll be going now.
Whatever.
When I do loop again, I need to remember to come back here and check whether her head did move. It could be I imagined it. A fountain producing fresh water, but where could the water be coming from? You know, that is an excellent question. That is a truly excellent question. I mean, there does appear to be a way that an opening to the outside world, and that means that I assume the lake would dry up over a very long period of time, because moisture could escape. So I imagine it must be being refilled from somewhere. We're not in a chalky area though, so I don't think it's getting here through the water table. That is, I don't think we're getting fresh chalky stream water. Perhaps there's an underground river? But if water was coming in here via a underground river, then I imagine the loss of moisture through evaporation wouldn't be fast enough for a lake this size. I'm not sure it would reach a stable state is what I'm getting at. So perhaps there's also a way out that's underwater. Or at least underground. So we're trying to find a way in here. Also, having spoken to Rufius, I am really tempted to have a poke around down there and see if I can find these weapons people have thrown away. Now I know what's coming, I really would not mind something for my own self-defense. Can I climb up here? No, I think I tried that before, didn't I? I must say, I'm not seeing another way in here. That makes me wonder if there is a way in that it must be underground. Keeping my eyes peeled for ways into the wall. The cistern! Of course! Huh. Right. You're looking down at the sponge stick. That's for cleaning oneself in the manner one would in a privy. Yep, he turned his head. He turned his head. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Always remember they're watching. Goodness me. Communal public toilets. These holes must be designed for use with the sponge on a stick. The only way out is, whoever wrote this was interrupted, perhaps tragically. Ah. Anyway, the cistern. But we were warned that there might be something in there not too friendly. So, I think my first priority should be locating myself a weapon. Then I should head into the cistern. This is the wrong way. Then I should head into the cistern with much trepidation and see if I can make my way up into the temple that Navia has sealed herself into. That's a plan. Farms down there, eh? That's worth examining. Oh, that's interesting. The portal isn't here. Relief of Proserpina. A relief depicting a great circular portal and Proserpina, the Roman goddess of the circle of life and renewal. Her story is a grim one. It's said she was abducted by Pluto and forced into a marriage against her will. Or forced into marriage. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Right, I'm retracing my steps here because I want to find the cavern where... What was his name? Was it Gallius? The man we first spoke to when transporting back. Galerius. When I first came here, he escorted me part of the way through the city and he said... We threw our weapons down this chasm, and I want to find that again. Don't steal anything, don't hurt anyone, don't. Whoever wrote this didn't get a chance to finish, evidently. Oh, maybe it's a very good idea I didn't take those arrows. But I would argue that if there's weapons down there, this was it, I'm pretty sure. If there's weapons down here, then surely they've been abandoned, so it wouldn't be theft. Yep, they're still doing that creepy thing. Fish! They've got fish down here. That's interesting. Let's go for a quick swim. Money. Yeah, I'm not taking money at present under the circumstances, though well worth remembering. Goodness. The water visibility is incredible. I don't think I've ever seen such clear water. It looks rather like some of those butterflies are swimming. I feel like my attention must be being drawn to this spot, but I don't know why. By the butterflies, I mean. I feel like this is to get my attention. It seems like there's something up there, but I don't know how I'd get there. There is something up there. I can't climb though, I don't think. Pretty sure I could scramble that in real life, but not in game. Can I get out this way? And then round the side? That's not actually all that helpful. Okay, I suspect we'll be coming back here at some point. I don't know when. Goodness. This is the farm we were told about. A little hard to believe they're feeding the whole population off of this, though. A goose. Hello, little goose. You're a good little goose, aren't you? And a goat? A bunch of goose eggs laid by the city's goose. What a good little goose. I hope he isn't turned to gold. Although I suppose there would be a certain poetry to that. Hello, what have we found here? I do hope this isn't a back way into the cistern, or I may be in trouble. Well, clearly at some point this was inhabited. Possibly only by the previous occupants, though. Oh my goodness, this place is vast. It's all up to me. I've no intention of taking any of that. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Note from Livia. The place is called Accursed. Here, Tichios offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees, and the 49 Belides, who dared to plot the destruction of their cousin, their husbands, fetch again, with incessant labour, the water they have lost. So the theme I'm getting there is performing the same menial tasks over and over again. But more references to the bloodless shadows. Curious. Yep, I did see them turn. Ugh. Creepy. Yep, I'm sure you do. Wait, do I still have the... I do still have the torch. Goodness me. I'm sure I could surprise a few people with this. Ah. Well, that's curious, isn't it? have I emerged?
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus, because they say I've been bad.
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Alright, Galerius. See you then.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
What's your story?
Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it.
I have time.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. It still burns whenever I think about it.
I'm not sure I'm sorry to hear that covers it, but I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Yes, that does sound very familiar. I'm glad things worked out in the end.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
Sure.
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Do you know a way out of here?
Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
Interesting. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
What do you think about the election?
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
I'll be going now.
All right. See you around.
Hello?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Hello?
What's your story?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
What did you do?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Did someone think you were going to steal?
Yes. But I wasn't. I was just looking.
Is that all?
They said I did it. More than once. But I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Liability, probably. Yes, a liability?
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
I could try. Letter from Sentius to Julie. Magistrate Sentius to Julius. I'm writing to you in relation to your incongregable antisocial behaviour arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems like you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the systems which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory. Oh, apparently there's a reading mode. Oh, I see. Oh, apparently I have no choice but to take it. I can't give it back.
What does it say?
It says they caught you trespassing several times, and they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure!
What treasure?
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Making a note of that. If you gave me the key, I could try to find out what it unlocks.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
Let me talk to the magistrate about getting you out of here.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
My choices are that maybe it's time we had a new magistrate, or maybe I'll just break you out. Neither of which seem like great options. To say, I mean. From my perspective, I have nothing against breaking him out, because I assume I can just keep going back in time. So I have a rather different perspective on the matter than other people would. Maybe I'll just break you out.
What about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad.
Then maybe it's time we had a new magistrate.
Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
I'll get right on it.
Bye-bye.
Interesting. We should probably have a quick save here, shouldn't we?
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. Did you find what you need?
I've been asking people about how they wound up here.
And did you notice anything? A pattern?
Some people mentioned an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes. I also had such an encounter. What else?
That's all I noticed.
Smile on you, sister.
There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first.
I'll be going now. Actually, why don't I ask a few other questions? Do you know a way out of here?
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
Why not? I have time.
Wonderful. It goes like this. Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now, the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
I agree.
I'm pleased to hear it.
What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Can I nominate another candidate?
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination.
I'd like to nominate Galerius.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Interesting. Let's talk about something else. Oh, what's your role in the election?
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Who's allowed to vote?
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
The women can't vote?
That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, But in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Such as?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Let's talk about something else.
Certainly.
I'll be going now.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbours.
So that was very informative. I learnt quite a lot about what's been going on here. Julie's note. I did not do it, Julie. A note from Julie protesting his innocence. Cosmetic jar. A brass jar containing some sort of powder for makeup. Oh no, I don't want to go there. That's where the assassin is. So that's where I came up when I went through the cave system.
Don't you just love springtime?
Sure do. Now, weapons, chasm. I could just jump into the water. I would rather find a way down which is more assuredly safe. Hello. I'm pretty certain you weren't there in the future. Again, useful to know that there's money about, but I'm not going to take it at present, since there may be consequences for theft. Right. There's no portal there yet. Is this the way I went before? No. Ah, Livia.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
Interesting.
But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Can you tell me about the pattern you saw?
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
That's not entirely helpful. What's your story?
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
Interesting. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that means.
They never do.
Say it again? What's your story?
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
It's that middle one that's interesting. Crowd the house of the ruler of the depths. Do you need help?
Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
Do you know a way out of here?
There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions.
I see. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Right. I'll be going now.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Ah, so she does recognize me as newly arrived.
Hilarious.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere, suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Just making a note of that key I just found. It looks so important that I don't want to risk forgetting about it. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. Oh, the game tells me if it regards it as stealing. That's good to know. Someone saw this statue in this position and decided to use it for holding a pot. Lararium. A household shrine where ancient Romans offered daily prayers for protection. This one depicts Apollo. Herb rack. A wooden rack containing various dried and ground herbs. Oh, sorry, substances. Doll. A rudimentary doll. It looks like it has been well loved.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. I haven't slept like 3 weeks.
I don't get too hard on myself. From what I hear, nobody saw him coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to...
May the gods be kinder to you than they were to us, stranger. Hello, what have I found here?
Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
More fletched arrows?
I suppose you're right.
I wonder if this will lead into the Temple of Apollo. Nope.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
It's strange how they keep having the same conversation over and over again. This is where I was before, isn't it? Yes. And was this the way I went before? I think it was. Ah, okay. So that's good to know. How things connect up. Goodness. Doesn't look ideal, does it? Interesting, these statues don't seem to be turning to face me. Old scroll. An old scroll in which the author makes a case against the existence of the Golden Rule. The Myth of the Golden Rule by Juratus the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the to the god responsible for this city, for our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion. He deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Oh, I took it. Oh well. Hello. Oh, I see. So it was around here that I believe they threw their weapons away. That is still a long way down. And I've also got to think about getting back up. All very well thinking I'm going to go down there to grab some weapons. But what if I don't have a way back up again? No, I don't think that approach is going to work. So I still want to go into the cisterns. There have been multiple leads pointing in that direction, but I really don't want to go without something to defend myself. On the other hand, I'm not ignorant of the fact that this gentleman's story about there being a monster down there could be made up. It's possible the magistrate had him kill Hannibal down there and then make up the story or something of that ilk.
Great temple majestic.
Mustn't rule anything out. Now I don't want to get too close to the end there because I don't want to trigger the assassin. One of these hammers would do. Accusatory note. Virgil, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Right. A Roman anvil. It looks odd without a horn, but that must be a more modern innovation. A Roman fire shovel made of bronze. It smells like ash. I wonder what the function of these two little bowls on pedestals is on the shovel. Ah, if that's Virgil's chest, then Virgil must be the blacksmith. I'm a little annoyed I can't take one of these hammers though, for self-defense. I may just have to brave the cistern without anything for self-defense. Things to buy once I've escaped. Villa on the Aventine, Rome. 2-horse chariot. Seat on the Senate. 4-horse chariot. Villa on the Bay of Naples, 10-horse chariot, 12 slave girls, pale and plump. A list of things Decius plans to buy once he's escaped. Thank you, Whispers. Lararium. We've seen one of these before. A small household shrine where ancient Romans offer daily prayers for protection. That one doesn't seem to specify who it's to. A stone mill. It looks like flour and grain are poured in from above and ground between the stones as the handles are rotated. Loaf of bread. A circular loaf of bread designed to be pulled apart into wedges. It appears to be freely available to anyone who wants it. I don't think I ever found out if I recovered my health, did I? Because I injured myself before I travelled back in time, if I recall correctly. Oh dear. It's getting dark, isn't it?
Are they?
I'm worried that someone's going to activate these, going to commit a sin and
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
cause disaster.
Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
My nation doesn't exist yet.
Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
What's your story?
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Why set up a tailor shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
It does seem kind of unnecessary.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
Fair enough. How did you end up here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why don't you tell me what you do remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then, it's time! The election's on!
Huh. Guess I'll have to ask him again. I've got a bad feeling things are gonna turn rather hostile imminently, and I'll need to make a dash back to the temple. Oh. I think I know what's going to happen. Who's the challenger called again? Meliolus. I wonder if Meliolus is going to win, and then he's going to declare the Golden Rule. And then he's going to declare the Golden Rule null and void, and then things are going to turn very bad very quickly. Alright, where do I want to be standing?
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence, to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now.
Oh no.
For entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, time to go, time to go, time to go. Which way are we going? It's up this way, isn't it? Oh no. He has to complete the ritual, doesn't he? Is he going to be able to make it from where he is? Am I going the right way? No, I'm not. This is the wrong way, isn't it? Back we go. Ow. No, I did not recover my health, I don't think, unless that did a colossal amount of damage. Which I suppose is possible. Nope, 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 nope. Let's pray the portal's still there. I'm gonna be pretty disappointed if it isn't. Yes! Tap P to enter photo mode. Oh. Interesting. How do I close this? There we go. So there's more than one...
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Wait, are you speaking English?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
I'm El Magnifica, and we've had this conversation before.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, and you're about to offer to take me to see Sentio so you can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, I guess how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem. See you later. Oops.
Oh.
Ow, 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 ow. Well, I'm still alive, that's the important thing. Should do something about my health at some point. So, we do know now that there's more than one thing that can happen which will anger the gods. Well, first things first, let's see what's going on with the cisterns.
You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
I know about your creature, don't worry about me.
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Let's see if there really is a creature down there, shall we? I tell you what I should check. Do I still have my inventory? Some of it. I'm not sure if I've got all of it or not. That seemed like a transition point. As though it just, the game paused as it loaded a new area. Perhaps I'm heading somewhere more... Yep, there is a creature. Oh dear. Are you actually gonna hurt me? Yes. Oh dear. Oh, my health regenerates. That's good to know. Flexible, aren't I? I'm not sure if this is actually productive or not, though. I'm gonna say probably not. Right, so in a second I'm gonna have to turn around and make a dash for it. Oh, this is taking a while now. Ooh, bit laggy. Don't know what's caused that. Very laggy. I hope it goes away soon.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day.
I'll be going now.
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
I was hoping to ask him more about the creature now I've actually seen it. Let's try a quick save and load and see if that fixes the lag issue. Fingers crossed. Yes, it has. Okay, that's good to know. So... what I'm reading into this situation is that what's ultimately going to be required is putting together a list of all the things that could go wrong, and one by one making sure they don't take place. When I say go wrong, I mean actually results in the golden rule being broken or the gods being upset. Not necessarily every little tragedy. It would be nice to avoid every little tragedy, but the priority has to be... hello, what have I found here? The priority has to be... interesting. The priority has to be preventing the calamity that is to unfold.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Actually, I really need to talk to Ulpius.
Alright, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Alright, I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Is this what Scintilla would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
How do I know that? You'd never believe me if I told you.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help solve your problem.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Making a note of that. What if I can help her too?
No. No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Oh, maybe I overheard him mention
I
her
can't believe he went through with...
when he committed suicide before.
Oh, Lord. That poor lamb.
Oh dear, where are my notes on Ulpius? What happens now?
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
I could try and go in there this way. Not sure I'd make it alive though. Can I? Careful, careful. I'm committed now, aren't I? Oh dear, I may have made a terrible mistake. Oh, wish me luck. No! Oh dear. I'd better repeat that.
Salve, Fred. Welcome to life. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Thank
You know? Well, you don't. It's too. If I. No, I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
don't particularly like save scumming like that, but in a game like this, I'm not sure there would be any value in restarting it, because I think the challenge is in solving the mystery. It's not a skill-based game like an FPS or an RPG or an action RPG, I suppose. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Oh. Perhaps I need to be more careful. Oh, I didn't mean to fall down. Oh well. Is there a safe way down this way, I wonder? I assume so, since it seems like quite a wide open area. That you can safely traverse. There we go. This may be part of the solution to the mystery of where the water's coming from. Yes, does look like it's an underground river, doesn't it? No! Oh dear. I don't know. There's me being very careful to avoid death throughout the entire stream, and then 3 deaths in quick succession. He watches through their eyes. Interesting. Goodness me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful. Hold on. Yeah, there's an invisible wall there. Okay. I was wondering if I couldn't move any further because I was crouching, or if it was because there was an invisible wall there regardless. It's like it's regardless. think I read this before. A relief depicting a great circular portal and Proserpina, the Roman goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. The story is a grim one. It said she was abducted by Pluto and forced into marriage against her will. Nope, not going that way.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Olivia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
No, no new dialogue.
The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Something tells me she wants to sell me something.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
So my choices are, and you're as charming as you are beautiful, or oh stop it, no, please go on, or not interested, sorry. Let's go for the first one, and you're as charming as you are beautiful.
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think?
What? You came on to me.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
What's your story?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Not what I meant, but still. Do you know of a way out of here?
You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here.
That's cute, but seriously, do you know a way out?
Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
If you have a way out, why haven't you used it yourself?
Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now.
How do I know this isn't a scam?
If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that.
I don't have that kind of money right now.
Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on occasion.
Heard any interesting gossip?
Certainly, for 10 denarii.
I don't have 10 denarii.
How embarrassing for you.
What do you think about the golden rule?
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink.
I'll be going now.
All right, see ya.
Ixion turns.
Right, let's go for the Denare. Better not... Do you know what? Let's steal. Let's see what happens if we do actually steal.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Out of my way!
Ow, 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 ow. Where am I going? Uh-oh. Oh, perhaps if I'd stood on the other side, I could have seen what happened to him. That does seem to confirm that it's him making the prayer that does it, though.
Salve, friend. Oh.
So that's good to establish. Stealing is indeed forbidden, and I seem to be forgiven. Interestingly. I wonder if more than one god has power here. Whoever defecated here needs to see a doctor. Oh dear.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Oh, stop it. No, please, go on.
What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? All right, see ya.
I think this is a business tactic.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head.
She's trying to get us to feel as though we need to earn back her respect. Garum, a fermented fish sauce used as a condiment. It gives off a faint salty aroma. Yes, I think she's trying to get us to feel as though we have to earn back her respect, even though we haven't,
Salve.
Salve. Even though there's no particular reason why we would be seeking out her respect, and even though we haven't really done anything wrong, I think it's a business tactic. Possibly the last bottle of wine in the city. Right, let's see how much Denaro we can scrape together. And it'll also be interesting to see if we retain these items. That must be the second to last bottle of wine in the city. This might be climbable if only they could support my weight. I'm sure somewhere we stumbled across an even bigger hoard of denarii, but I've forgotten where that was. Nope, 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 nope. Now, was there some denarii down here? Yes. So where was it? I could have sworn there was somewhere we found about 300 denarii. And I don't think it was owned. I'm not thinking of anything in the blacksmith's abode, am I? Because that surely would be owned.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Yeah, that wasn't it. I wonder why he's got a toga on.
Ah, greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another.
I know, you want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some questions.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
What's your story?
My story? How kind of you to ask.
How did you end up here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why didn't you tell me what you do remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
So you floated down the Tiber?
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, discovered that trapdoor temple, and here I am.
Let's talk about something else.
Anything you like.
So, I've got a theory. I think there's at least two gods operating here. A male god that is punishing sinners, and Proserpina, who may well be Charon. I'm wondering if she's the one that led me here. And that the gods are working not necessarily against each other, but certainly in different directions. Do you know a way out of here?
Shh! Not so loud! What are you playing at?
Sorry, did I say the wrong thing?
Have you not been told about the last attempt?
The last attempt?
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Ah, it is a long story.
Why don't you tell me?
Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
I was wondering about that. Why hasn't anyone done that yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
Got it, thanks. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
Why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
What can I do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing.
Sounds simple enough.
It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
That's a pessimistic view of things.
It is not all bad, my friend, because it is this fragility which makes life so precious. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
That explains the toga. Who are you going to vote for?
That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Anything I can do to change that?
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
I'll be going now.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Right, so where was it? Oh no.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule.
I'll get right on it.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to.
I should have asked about the weapon, shouldn't I?
Shrine when it's over.
Do not go in there.
What? Why?
Just trust me.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful. Did you stop him?
Not yet.
What are you waiting for?
I should have asked about the weapon. Darn. Let's do this now, actually. There's no reason not to. We can find out if we keep items.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
It doesn't matter what I say, you're going to try to kill me anyway.
You're right, I am. I must be getting a reputation. I suppose I might as well get right to it then. Do you have any last words?
Crispus indeed does sound a bit like Christmas. If you fire that arrow, everyone here is going to die.
Well, I'd say that's rather convenient, since I was planning to kill you all anyway.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Right, time to go. Oh dear.
Where are you?
Right, which way? This way, isn't it? Now where? No, that was the wrong way, I think. No, 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 no. Can I go this way? Yes, I can. No! No! I meant to grab onto the zip line. Oh dear, I mucked that up rather badly, didn't I? Probably have to go through that dialogue again. Oh, this isn't that far back, fortunately, due to the autosaves.
Stop right there. I'm looking for...
It doesn't matter what I say, you're going to try to kill me anyway.
You're right, I am, I suppose. Do you have any last words?
You have no idea what you're in for.
Ah, you'd squander your last words on an empty threat. Now it's my turn to tell you something. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yeah, he turns to gold as soon as the arrow hits him, whereas we don't for some reason. Perhaps that's more evidence that we're being protected by a god. Ah, up this way. Oh my goodness. Here we are again. Right, inventory. Okay, I kept the items. Oh, I did keep the money as well. Ooh. Can I collect it again, or is it gone from the world?
Catalyst cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Oh, thank you for that, Livia.
Ave.
Ave to you too. I've just gone in a big circle, haven't I? Or have I? Aha. There was the big stash. Sadly, that wasn't the, we didn't loot that stash last time, so I still don't know whether we're removing items from the world or not. How do I get up the top?
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his great bolt of rain.
Ah, here we go. So are the items gone? They're not. Ooh. And so do we have 3 bottles of wine now? We do. Wait, I have exactly 1,000 denarii? Is that because that's the most I can carry? Or did the exact quantities I pick up just happen to reach that round total? That's one that I looted, isn't it? Yep. I'm sure I'm missing one that's around here somewhere. A chest. Oh well. There's a chest up here, isn't there? I think. Yes. Okay, so if I take that, am I still only on 1,000 denarii? No, I'm not. Oh, so it was actually a coincidence that I took exactly enough to have 1,000 before. Okie doke, now that we have 1,000 denarii, and apparently a limitless supply,
Beautiful.
let's have another word with Aurelia.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Not interested, sorry.
Why? Just because I'm a woman? Honey, it's your loss. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore.
Yeah,
Let's
I thought
just
so.
forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
Do you know a way out of here?
You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here.
That's cute, but seriously, do you know a way out?
Straight to business, huh? I can work with that. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
Here's your 1,000 denarii.
I'm impressed. Didn't take you long to gather quite the little fortune.
How do you know I didn't come with it?
The bargain. Here is your way out.
Hemlock, for goodness sake. That's what she meant by it being a one-way trip. I hope there's actually a story to this, and it's not just poison yourself and die. A small bottle of deadly poison, hemlock, famously used by many ancient Romans to commit suicide. How did she get a hold of that? Either hemlock's growing here, in which case you'd have thought people would have noticed, or she brought it with her. Is this some kind of joke?
This is hemlock. Drink this and your life will be over in no time. Because the only way out of here is death. Congratulations on your purchase.
Oh, of course. Buyer beware. There is going to be no refund. There's no point asking. And frankly, because I have access to theoretically infinite money, I don't care either. But my only options seem to be to ask for a refund. So I'll be needing a refund, thanks.
Sorry, a deal's a deal. No refunds.
This is obviously a scam. How has it not broken the golden rule?
I offered to sell you a way out, and I did. It's death. There's nothing illegal about that. And I should know. This isn't exactly the first time I've made this deal, and it won't be the last.
Oh, hello. Again, these dialogue options aren't what I would say. This isn't over.
Oh, I think it is. Pleasure doing business with you. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
What a charming lady.
You stay away from my money.
A large vat for brewing beer. There's a layer of small insects drowning on the surface. Well, to be fair, although that's not exactly appetizing, I imagine it's hardly deliberate. I mean, would they probably would be alright just putting a lid on it, wouldn't they? So I suppose, yeah, that shouldn't have happened, but still. Of course, she offers to lock her chest. Bust, a sculpture of Minerva, the Roman goddess of strategy. How very, very apt. Very appropriate. The brass has been polished into a rudimentary mirror, which has been used for applying makeup. Vial. A small vial containing a rudimentary perfume made from flowers and oil. Key to Aurelia's chest. Do I keep stolen items? That's worth establishing.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh dear. What? Ow, 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 ow. Bye. Now, did I keep the key? I did! Ooh. That's interesting.
Salve, friend.
We may as well buy the rumour off of her.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
But while we're here... Dear Diary, today I'm celebrating. I made the easiest 1,000 denarii I've ever made by selling a way out to a desperate fool. Of course, it may not have been the way out she was hoping for, but hemlock still counts. That'll teach her for insulting my hair. And since it didn't break the golden rule, I may have to try this again sometime. Summary, Aurelia boasts about scamming Julia and Ulpius, and hopes Malleolus wins the election so she can pay him a tribute in exchange for Sentia's villa. What's this? I see. Dear Diary, it worked again. I'm now another 1,000 denarii richer, thanks to Ulpius and his desperation to escape. Of course, there's very little to spend money on here, but just having it gives me a little thrill, for a brief moment at least. Dear Diary, finally I have something to spend my money on. Malleolus is running for magistrate in the election tomorrow, and he's promised that for a sufficient tribute I'll be able to move into old Sentius's villa once it's vacated. How he plans to achieve that he wouldn't say, but still, I'd better make sure he wins. I'll be taking that.
The many shall suffer.
I mean, I might as
for
well.
the sins of the one.
What do you mean grave robber and kleptomaniac? Wrong way, isn't it? This way I want to go. It's not theft unless you had an intention to permanently deprive, and I have good reason to believe they're going to get their items back. But I have a feeling I know a certain individual who'll be interested to read that diary once I've gone back again. Right, off we go.
Ixion turns.
That's not what she said last time. Does she not repeat herself? That's interesting.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Thank you, Horatius.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm El Magnifica, and we've had this conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the Golden Rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
We've had this conversation too, and I'm in a hurry.
Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out?
If I can't show him the diary, then this is going to seem like a very strange conversation. I can't, can I? I'd like you to release Julie.
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What exactly did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic, the law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
But I can just go back as many times as is necessary. You're not jeopardizing anything. Do you know a way out of here?
If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the Golden Rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
Just making notes. I'd better get back to it.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Huh, perhaps there was no reason to take a diary then. I was thinking if he knew about the hemlock, then he might be able to... Then he might be able to save... Oh, what was her name? There's Ulpia. No, Yulia, was it? Yulia and... And Ulpius, that was it. I was assuming that if he knew about it, he might be able to help them more effectively than I could, but apparently that's not a thing. Let's have a word with the stranger, who is probably... Sentia. Not to be confused with Centilla.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Charming. What's your story?
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
I'm not from around here.
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Do you know a way out of here?
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Centilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Can I help?
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
When did you last see her?
It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it.
She was seeing someone?
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret. Even from me.
Why is that?
Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans.
There's not a lot of men in the local population, though. You'd have thought they could have... You'd have thought they'd have had some idea. Or at least could have reasoned that she would have been... must have been interested in someone below her station. Your father didn't mention any of this when I spoke to him. Any idea why?
That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done.
Is it possible her lover was involved?
I don't know. But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Well, you say that, but if she's not in the city, how do you know he is? Sentia, Centilla, why are your names all so similar? That's a bit of a silly question, because it's a familial thing in Roman society, but we may as well ask.
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionately known as Centilla.
He looks You look surprisingly relaxed about your sister's disappearance.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
Are you?
Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
This whole time looping thing certainly warps your idea of morality, doesn't it? I haven't the slightest regrets because I know one little loop back and it'll all be forgotten. Sure be a shame if the looping stopped working, wouldn't it? Anyway. I'd probably better stop there for tonight. So thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again on Wednesday, in which I'll be doing more poetry and riddles. Friday and Saturday will be more of The Forgotten City. Presuming, of course, that I don't finish it on the Friday. I doubt I will. And then Monday again will be a video game stream. So if it isn't finished, that'll be more Forgotten City. So once again, thank you for coming. I hope you all have a wonderful night and good night.